So we're just about ready to start, and it seems somebody's done something to the cameras because I just lost the camera feed. We're doing this remote, so as per usual, there's going to be hiccups. And let's face it, we haven't had a whole lot of opportunity to do this in the last year, so hopefully I can sort it out. We've got Justin down there at the hall making sure everything works, and I'm hoping he's on top of this. I'm just waiting for a response from him. But in the meantime, welcome to the stream. And so as you can see, it's Shark Week at Martsin Billiards. Play safe or be eaten. 10-ball tournament supposed to start today at 3:15. The guys are there warming up, or they were. It's a winner-take-all format, $700 in the kitty. Race to 9, 10-ball in the and the finals is a race to 11 for 10-ball. Of course, they're not going to change it halfway through. Our lineup consists of Mr. Keith Yip, Dexter Ambang, Lito Attendido, Simon Pickering, June Garcia, Edwin Evankula, Lake McKay, and Navi Gill. If you're not familiar with these players, you're not from the northwest of North America? No. They're known more around the Fraser Valley area, although some of these guys have traveled up and down. As you can see from the photo here, Lake has been over to China to represent Canada in Chinese billiards tournaments. I'm still waiting on those cameras to pop up. We're going to try something a little different today. I'm hoping that it works. I'm working on a stat sheet. I'm not sure exactly how effective it will be, but hoping it works well. Of course, at this point, I'm just hoping to get the cameras up. So if I press this button, this should be the player profiles. Nope, wrong button. Wrong button again. Let's just do it this way. There we go. And actually, we'll go to the draw. The draw sheet today. In round 1, we will have Keith Yip versus Simon Pickering and June Garcia versus Edwin Evankula. And it sounds like I'm a little quiet there, so I'm just going to bump that up a bit. There's lots of different spots to adjust the audio here, so if we're having some audio issues, let me know. I'm hoping there's it seems like there might be a humming in the background. I'm hoping that's not actually there. But as you can see, Keith Yip versus Simon Pickering will be round 1, along with June Garcia and Edwin Evankula. Round number 2 will be Lito Attendido and Navi Gill and Dexter Ambang versus Lake McKay. Our first 2 competitors, Keith and Simon. Oop, that's the stats page. I don't want that. I want... Well, that's not quite what I wanted. There it is. That's the one I wanted. So Keith Yip with a Fargo of 596 out of Richmond, BC. Simon Pickering from Maple Ridge, BC. I think he's out in Mission now. I'll have to double check that. But he's a 2019 US Open qualifier winner. And he's the 2009 BC APL Grand Masters winner. And incidentally, he actually beat SVB in the final that year. So the guy can play. Some of our other players in our second match will be June Garcia of which he has not filled out the profile information yet, so we don't have a lot. And that's actually going to be player 1, so player 2 will be Edwin. So we'll find Edwin on my list here. There we go. And June. I'll have to get some more profile information up and running. And just... Okay, so cameras should be working. I'll just double check them again. I'm hoping. Okay. Whew. Always nerve-wracking when you are trying new things, new technology, new processes. But we should be up and running soon. Hopefully they haven't started yet. No, it looks like they're still warming up. And our last match today will be Leto. It's our third round match will be, pardon me, that's the wrong name, Leto versus Navi Gill. Where is Navi? There he is. So 692 versus 596. Don't let Navi's Fargo fool you. I think that might be a touch low for him. But he is going to have his hands full with Leto. Very strong player at 692. In our last round, it will be Dexter Ambang, another 692 Fargo player, versus Lake McKay at 710. So watch that matchup. I'm going to try keeping some stats today. I'm not sure how successful I'm going to be at it. But as you can see, there's June and Edwin just warming up. We'll check the other table. Keith and Simon lagging for the braid. I'm going to try and keep one table of stats, so I probably won't be switching back and forth between the tables too much. I may be able to use one as an overlay, but we'll see. Let me just reduce that, and I'll tuck it over there. And then I'll do the same for the other table here. Just need to add okay, well, starting. Race to 9, A side. There is only one side. Player 1 is Keith. Player 2 is Simon. So to keep my stats straight, I have to make a note of that. Simon rolling the 2-ball down the rail. Went a little far forward with the 3, but he's still got the bank. 4-ball looks like it passes that 6. Just needs to get on it. The 4 to the 5. Well, probably not going to have to go to the 6 if you get on that 5. That's looking like a pretty wired combination if you can get in there. Really just making sure he gets from the 3 to the 4. If he gets good shape on that 4, he can pretty much bring that cue ball any way he wants. Back around down table for the 5. Off the near horn. That's going to come out past the 10. That looks close. Not sure if that's going to actually make it. It did come out. So now Keith's got, well, he might be a little straight there. It's going to be a tricky one. He may just roll this in and take what he can get with this straight top on the cue ball. It's not really an ideal position for the 9 to combo the 9 there, but not much he could do. Just trying to play safe, get that cue ball in there. I don't think he quite got safe there, but not bad. I'm not going to charge that as an error because I can't tell if he actually got between the 4 and the 5. I'll wait till Simon shoots. It's look like he's going to try and cut that in. Nope, kicked it. And Simon's just trying for distance there to get in behind that 5 and kick it up table. Keith, worried about scratching off the 5. The 10 ball's so close that if you miss it, you're really coming dangerously close to this pocket here. And if you do hit it, you may just hit it enough to just slide across and still scratch. I just realized I'm mentally calling 9 ball when it's 10 ball. It's been a while, okay? I'm a little slow. I'll figure it out. I honestly don't know if there are any early 10s in here. It looks like there is. So that's a win for Keith. So in a strange way of putting things together, it should look, let me get back to that singles and then go back to our players. So it should look something like this. But I didn't fill that out completely. Again, brand new stat sheet, trying to do it all myself. Wow, good break by Keith. Unfortunately, the most important part of that was keeping control of the cue ball. I didn't see if that actually got kicked in or not, but and my instant replay not working yet. It's actually just Facebook on the other side, on the other monitor. Again, just figuring things out, folks. One person operation. Simon's got a pretty easy little setup here. The trickiest part here will be the 7 to the 8, because the 9 ball does block a large portion of that table, but it's not insurmountable. There are patterns you can play to reduce your risk. One of those would be just a little bit of bottom with right hand siding and coming over to here, so that anywhere in here you're all right for that 8, or as he looked at to start with, trying to use a little bit of top left and getting into this zone. I'm not sure if he's there. Doesn't look like it. Looks like he's kind of gotten right in this cone by the 9 ball that causes problems here. You can see the danger zone there. So small positional error there leads to a miss on the 8 ball and an opportunity for Keith to make 3 balls and win this rack. Just over hit the 8 there a little bit. Makes it a little bit tougher, but he can still make it work. Yeah. Did make that a little harder. Again, Simon's got enough angle here. He can just play it into the rail and out for a nice little shot on the 10. Just got to cinch the 9. See, as long as you play that with bottom and don't crank it, you can just focus on the 9 and you're going to have shape on the 10. So that's a total of 7 balls for Simon in that rack with a win. And let's see. Now, if I've got everything filled out right, and I switch it to the stats, that's what we're looking at. So game 3, Simon to break. Got a little bit of topspin on the cue ball. That 10 ball break is so difficult to figure out. And that's dry. Keith will pop the rack off there. And probably call a push. That 1 ball is pretty buried. If anybody is watching, can just let me know how the audio is, if you can hear me all right. If there are too many thumps and bangs as I adjust the boom. I think Keith is looking at a 2-rail kick at the 1. To come in behind the 1, knock the 1 ball this way, and leave the cue ball right here. It's pretty aggressive. If he hits this soft, it could end up short and miss the 1 on the way back. You know, if he puts just a little bit of left on it, he can probably come in here. No, he called the push. It's going to get Simon right to the rail. Not quite. Looks like the cue ball had a little bit of a will to not go on that rail. So Simon kicking back. I think he's left him a window. Now, I don't know how that works with AccuStats. If you play a safe and you don't get safe, is that an error? I think it is. So, we'll charge an error. Nope, he's kicking at it, so maybe it was safe. Nice kick. Successful hit. Not much you could do there if he was hooked and had to kick at it. It was a nice safety. Simon trying to get that cue ball out for the 2 in the top left corner pocket. Looks like he's there. He may draw a little bit off this 2, try and hit the 8 and hold for the 3. Or come off it. I thought he'd be able to hit that a little bit more full. I guess he overdrew it to hit that side of it. So gonna have to bank the 3 now or play safe. Probably not a bad idea to play safe. Just knock the 3 ball down to the center of the end rail. Try and get that cue ball back in here. It's an option. Of course, Simon plays a little stronger than I do, so he might be able to see a different option. He elected to do it the other way around. Tried to play safe. Didn't get there. If anybody's commenting on the video, I, for some reason, can't see it, so my apologies. Okay, Keith had a clear shot at that 3, but he wasn't able to do anything with it, so I think going after the 10 might have been a little iffy. Again, I'm still new to my stat sheet. Not really sure if I should charge that as an error or not. I think if the opponent makes a ball and goes forward after you miss, that should be an error. So we will do it that way. Unless you miss a ball, that would be an error. doing some sharing is caring, folks. We're now streaming on the ELO Sports Facebook page, the Kickin' Billiards Facebook page. We're over on YouTube on Kickin' Billiards. Oh, that is a miss. And therefore a chargeable error. So, with the 7, 8, and 9 the way they are, this is almost stop. He just wants to roll like 4 or 5 inches, 4 inches forward. Little far. Now that's changed things. That's just enough angle that it's going to be tough for him to hit this with enough pace to make it stop and keep it in line for the 9. He's going to have to try, though. I think anything else just increases the risk. He's trying to draw as straight off this as he can. The amount the cue ball will travel to the left is huge compared to putting the 8 ball in that side of the side pocket or that side of the side pocket. Could be the difference. Well, that's a miss. But at the same time, he's gotten pretty lucky here. Now, Simon can actually give this back because he's fluked the 9, so now it's the incoming player's option. He may be able to just cut this in that same pocket the 8 went in, that top right pocket, top right corner pocket. But it's one of those shots that you got to worry about double hitting it because it's going to hit the 9, it's going to hit the rail. I mean, Simon has a better view, so he'll be able to know whether he should be worried about that at all. It looks like he's not too concerned. The cue ball will probably pop through there without slowing down enough that it gets double hit with the cue. Cue ball might hit the 9. Oh no. That's one of those things that you don't really remember until after you've shot it, that the cue ball is going to go in that general direction as well. So, and I'll be honest with you, I can't remember the last time I practiced that shot to try and get the cue ball to avoid it, so can't blame him for that one. Okay, so that's going to be 4 balls and the win for Keith. A couple of errors in that match, or in that game. But I think this is where we're sitting as far as stats go. Keith up 2-1, a TPA of 643 versus 842, but he's made the balls that count. It's the way it goes sometimes. It's the Last Man Standing tournament, sponsored by the Pinoy Hustlers Facebook page, Timey Roofing, West Coast Billiards. Incidentally, it's Simon Billiards' company is West Coast Billiards. He makes and distributes pool tables around the western coast here. So, and there's Keith. That one was 100% the breaker's fault. Went right off that rack into that side pocket. But he's made a ball, so. But in making that ball, he also made an error, so we'll make sure we charge that. Simon taking the 1-5. Looks like it's pretty straight, and I think he's taking that to make it 2 to the 3 easier. Push that hard enough to get the 1 ball down table. I think he wanted to go a little straighter, because now he's got a bit of a funny transition from the 1 to the 2. I want to draw all over the table, but I know that some folks don't like it when I do that, so I'm restraining myself. Oh, and with a little bit of left-hand spin, he actually slides into the 2. Nicely done. A little straight. He may play this rail first just to create more angle and just draw right off it. Rail, 2 ball, and draw straight out. It looks like he has enough angle. He's just going to draw back and get as straight as he can on that 3. Worked out to get on the 3, play this nice little combination 6 to the 7. I'm surprised he hit that one that hard. I was just expecting him to roll the 6 in there to make sure it stayed near that corner pocket. Again, if you look, this is almost exactly the same 8, 9, 10 situation we had last time. And if you see it, that time he played the cue ball off the end rail closer to the side pocket, and he's on the 8 perfect. Simple straight top, 8 into that right corner pocket, into the rail, back out. It's got a little bit of pace on it. Just about perfect. He would like to be like a hair straighter. If he was a hair more straight, he could just draw straight back. But as it is, he may draw all the way to the rail and back. He may not. Yeah, all the way to the rail, bounce out so you can cue it properly. So nice little run there. Ties it up. And we'll pop over to the stats. So 2-2, each with 3 errors. Simon with quite a few more balls made. And that's why the TPA is going to be up there. Because TPA, from my understanding, is balls made divided by balls made plus errors. That's a good break. Kept the cue ball out of the side pocket, but he's not going to have any sort of look at the 1. And it's dry. So Keith coming to the table. Probably going to push. I think anything, if you push out to anything other than a jump shot here, you are most likely going to be hooked when you get back to the table. Oh, he's going to go for it now. Might as well. You've got your hand on the rail, so it's a little easier to get the elevation you need to strike down on the cue ball. I don't see a problem there at all. And if you play it with the weight to knock the 1 ball 2 rails back down by the template rack and leave the cue ball up by the 3-6, you may even get a safety out of it. Can't remember if there were 1 balls in that area where he was or 2. Okay, he's hit the 1 on the left. Nice hit. Not much you can do with that other than that, so none too surprising. strange. I'm not getting comments through. We're using Restream today for the first time, so I'm not really sure how well that's working. Oh, and the volume's a little low too. All right, we'll try that. Turn the volume up a bit more. That should be a little bit better. Just gonna see if I can make that, reload that and get that to work right. It may be a function of using Restream where I don't have the comments. There we go. Alex, everything looks good here. Sorry it's taken me so long to reply. For some reason the comments weren't coming through. Alex, try just restarting your browser. Because according to my system here, I'm not using barely even 20%, so it shouldn't be stuttering. Cameras are fine on my end. So, hey Tom, no, right now we just have the first two matches, Keith Yip and Simon Pickering versus June Garcia and Edwin Kula. Gonna have to rearrange some stuff on the desk here to make this work. I can't read the comments, they're so far away. Give me a second. We're just figuring all this out, right? I'm going to say that for years, by the way. There we go. Bit of a tough shot in the 7 here. If Simon can finish this rack out, it'll be the first break and run of the match. Not sure. I think he's not sure yet as he stands up again. I think if he's going to go for it, his only shot is really banking it back to the corner that he's standing at. If he's going to play safe, again, not really sure how you play safe off that one. He's just going to go for the cut. It's going to miss, and it's going to roll far enough that Keith is going to enjoy that one. He's a little straight on that 7 and tight to the rail. Makes it a bit of a challenge to get out and around for the 8. The 9 ball kind of stomps you from just shooting it there and taking what you can. You've got to move the cue ball after hitting the 7 a little bit. You may be able to just stun it with just a little bit of draw. Oh, I think he's still okay. He did well to develop that much, I think. Again, he's got just a tiny little bit of angle, but that should set up perfectly for stopping right there for the 9. It should drift just a little bit to the right. And again, pretty standard positional shot in rotation games. 9 in the corner. Cue ball, either float it forward, but I don't believe he has that kind of angle. Floating it forward and just coming into here is perfectly fine. If not, then you run it forward with a little bit of left and come back across the table. No, he's perfect. There we go. So we'll just touch that up and there. So stats-wise, still tied at 3. TPAs, a little bit of separation there, but I think that's mostly just due to balls made. I mean, Simon's been doing the bulk of the work, but seems to get a little bit in trouble towards the mid-late part of the rack and hasn't quite closed it out. Left Keith a couple of not too difficult runouts. And actually, that's not updating. No, it is updating. Yeah, for some reason. I thought it wasn't, but if anybody has a burning desire to be a statistician and wants to watch these and fill in the Google Sheets as it goes, that'd be great. All right, Keith, trying to keep that cue ball on the table this time. Last 2 breaks he's scratched. Last one was directly into the side pocket. Okay, it was safe to start with. It got kicked, but was still safe. Made a ball. Does not have even a look at the 1, I think. Gonna have to... Oh, you've got to push. I can't imagine he's automatically going to the jump cue like this. Might not be a bad idea to push into a jump shot. Push the cue ball into this zone, and then it's easier for you to elevate because your hand's on the table, and you've got, yeah, there you go. I would have expected him to be a little straighter, maybe here, just because then you can control the cue ball a little bit more. But if he's leaving this jump shot, that cue ball's going to go directly into the 7, but depending on how high it hits it, because it's going to hop, it may actually hop over the 7, and that would probably be best case scenario to come back out here. If it doesn't hop off the table. These are very, very touchy. It's got a little bit of distance to go. Yeah, didn't quite get over the 3. So tough to judge those distances. Simon with ball in hand and a pretty wide open table. He's elected to play the 2 in the side. These tables actually accept the ball pretty well on the side. If those of you remember playing at the Village Inn, you really tried to avoid the side. Those were evil side pockets. The Village Inn in Bellingham with Mr. Ken Boyle and all of our American friends down there. Miss you guys. Hopefully we get to open these borders soon and we get to come down there and say hello, play a few games. Mr. Hickok, We need to set up some games. If you're watching, I'll take a moment right now to thank the sponsors of today's event. Of course, streamed by Kickin' Billiards and Elo Stream with Elo Sports. Check out their Facebook page. They have a very interesting player system with a ladder and recording your games and streaming your games. We have Timey Roofing and Mike Silvius also supporting the stream, supporting the tournament. I thought he was going to play in this, but maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. And of course, Martsin Billiards for the venue, letting us set up cameras there, use their internet. Much appreciated. Yeah, Simon's figuring this rack out pretty quickly. Not too surprising. And a pretty easy 10 ball to cinch that rack. So that's going to put a bunch more balls over into Simon's end of the court. That'll help increase the TPA. So, rack number 7. Is that right? Yeah, rack number 7. Breaking is Simon Pickering. He had a pretty good break last time. I think he got a little hooked by a ball late as the balls were rolling. So let's see. Keeps the cue ball out of the side, but not the corner. Just avoids the corner. Oops. I've hit a wrong button. Simon able to recover and make the 1. Unfortunately, he hasn't made the 2 very easy. As a matter of fact, I think, well, it's actually not a bad decision to kick at this 2 if he can. I think he's going to play safe, though. Thin the 2 ball. Try and get that cue ball around. Yeah, he timed that nicely. If that has a little bit more pace and can get in behind the 9, that'd be perfect. But as it is, I think it's come up short. And Keith is going to have a shot at the 2. I'm only going to charge it an error if he loses control of the table. So if Keith can come back and hook him back, then we postpone judgment on the error. Okay, so no error on either one. I apologize, folks. For some reason, the chat is not updating on my Facebook page. Not for me, anyway. I mean, it might be updating for the rest of yous, but it doesn't seem to be working on my end, so I have to manually refresh it. So next time, I'm going to see if I can't bring the chat onto the screen. I know that's a capability that Restream has, and so does vMix, the software I use. Simon's looking like he's in pretty good shape here. A little straighter on the 5 than he would have liked. But with the 6 ball going to a few different pockets, getting shape isn't going to be that difficult. May have gone again a little farther than he wanted on the 6 to just have that little stop shot on the 7, but should still be able to compensate fairly well for it. That's got some speed on it. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. I thought it might go a little farther than that, but he definitely kept it in the realm of possible and even likely. Just going to check and see if this is working more correctly on my phone. Simon with another win. Sorry, wait. Did I miss that? I looked away from the screen there. Going on the premise that Simon lost that because Keith is breaking. I thought it was winner break. And again, exercise in stats is proving futile. You cannot look away. As you can see on the inset there, June and Edwin are at 3-2. Nope, Simon did get that one. So it must just be alternating break. Pretty wide open rack here. don't see any trouble really. 8, 9, 10 are set up fairly routine. Even the 7 to the 8 shouldn't be a problem if you're on it in any sort of remotely close to proper fashion. Simon just waiting for the other player to move there, finish his shot. Went all the way around. That's going to end up just about perfect. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe a little too straight. You need a little bit of angle to move that cue ball around. You start getting straight, you limit your options. It's not that bad even if he is straight, because he could just draw back a little bit, cut the 6 in, and run the cue ball around 2 rails to get proper on the 7. It just makes it that much harder, right? So there's a little bit more room for error. Yeah, that's all. It just increases your margins or decreases your margins for error. As you can see, he's taking a little bit more time. I think he's running forward, probably going to play the 6 in the side, or no, he had angled the other way. So taking that 6 into the left-hand corner pocket is, of course, the logical play. Looks like he has angled to bring the cue ball left, so he should be able to pop into perfect shape for the 7. And that is almost exactly where you want to be. A little bit of bottom left, draw that cue ball off the 7 into the rail and spin it up towards the 8. Done just as you should do it. Just gonna check a message here. Don't recall seeing that it was alternating break, but it certainly looks that way. Oh. Simon finishes that one off. Just filling out the stat sheet here, seeing if I can get it updated properly. So if I've done this right, that's where we should stand. So just something to try and make it a little bit more interesting as we watch. Keep track of some stats. While we wait for them to come back, we will switch to the other table and watch June and Edwin battle it out. June leading 3-2. Oh, that table did appear to be a little laggy, didn't it? I'll keep an eye on the other table, make sure that we're ready to go as soon as I get back. But that one is that camera is lagging a bit, and I'm not sure why. Looks like both tables have taken a quick break. So our poster for the event is done by Edwin. He's the fellow in the top right there. There's Keith on the left, Dexter in the Levi's shirt, Leto to the left of center, Simon to the right of center. Also, incidentally, has represented Canada at the Chinese billiards tournaments over in China. June Garcia on the right, and the bottom left is Lake McKay, and bottom right is Navi Gill. Streaming to you from Martsin Billiards in Vancouver, BC. Our draw sheet today looks like this. Right now we are watching Keith and Simon. On table number 2 is June and Edwin. And then I believe, if I have the times correct, Leto and Navi will be playing at 4:30, and Dexter and Lake at 4:30 as well. So depending, oh, we're not going to be ready for that. I can tell already. It's 4:15. We are behind. So hopefully things pick up. We get back to work here and get things going. As you can see, June and Edwin starting off again. Not sure why that second camera is being a little laggy. And now that I look at it, I hope this one isn't frozen. No, okay. They're still walking around. Just the one fellow there standing there didn't move for a very long time. I thought maybe I'd had a frozen camera. Simon to break. Rack number 9. Good break. Kept control of the cue ball. He's made the 3. Has a shot at the 1. Can't ask for more than that. If you can maneuver through this rack 1, 2, 4, 5, I think you've got it solved. If you can get that far, the rest of it is pretty elementary in comparison. And it would take quite a bit of a mistake to get that sorted out. To mess that up, really. Simon's just taking his time working out how he wants to work through this. It's the 1, 2, 4 that is the hardest part. So he's just going to roll this 2 in. Just going to roll it in with just enough speed to get to about here. So that's, I think, is his target goal. And then maybe just a little bit of right-hand siding. But anytime you do that as you're shooting and slow rolling a ball in, can be a little tricky. But he's nailed it. Wow. No problem there at all. I thought he might get a little stuck, have a bit of an issue, but nope. Seems to have gone through clean without a problem. Just drew it across to stay away from the combination. Is he going to stop? Perfect. That'll work. I think it might be Dexter's birthday today. Or this weekend. Comment in the chat room there. So happy birthday to Dexter. Simon's looking pretty good in this rack. Well, depends on how he wants to play this 7 to the 8. He's a little straight, but he may draw back to where he is. Oh, no, he had a little bit of angle. A lot of options for getting on the 9. Ideally, he would have liked to have just rolled forward a couple of inches, but he needs a little bit, needs to be a little bit more creative. And as you saw, he lined up the 9 to this left side pocket. Little bounce, get that cue ball off the rail. He should be fine. We're just sticking this in the left side pocket and drawing back. It's going to come close to that side pocket, but I don't think it's in danger of scratching there. Oh, he was a lot straighter than I thought. Nicely done. Okay, that's going to be the first break and run of the match. So we'll give Simon that run. So Simon stepping up with another clearance of the table. If I've done my stats right, and I'm not guaranteeing that I have, but I think I have. Simon's shooting at 946. That's not bad. Not bad at all. The last 3 games have been 10-0 as far as balls down for Simon. Let's see if Keith can make a ball, keep that cue ball on the table and get something going. He's popped the 5 in the side. He's made the 4 in the side. Does not have a decent shot at the 1, but it's pretty easy to play safe off this one. Did he leave him a window through there? Looks like he did. That is a window. So I'm going to call that an error. Not getting safe and still leaving your opponent an offensive shot that he makes gets you an error. A little bit of a longer shot on the two. They are playing on 9-foot tables. I'm not sure the brand. Can't read that from here. Then Ilex. Not familiar with that brand. I played on them the other day. They actually play pretty nice. And Simon rolls into perfect on the 3. Just checking to see where he wants to be to go from the 3, 6, 7. Again, if you look at the 8, 9, 10, you're going to see a pretty familiar spread with 10 ball. Gives himself a little bit more room to cue that. Play the 6 wall with a little bit of bottom right. Draw it into the side rail. Make sure you have a little bit of angle to head up for the 8. You don't need much. Even straight would be fine. Good patience there. Something didn't feel right in the stance. Gets back up. How many times do we just force that and just shoot it anyway and then I miss? I mean, that's how it goes for me. Simon waiting for the other player. Probably just going to stick the 7 ball right there. I don't think he's going to put anything on this. It's going to move very, very little. And that probably was about as much as he could have got it to move. Natural angle sitting there like that. I'm going to just give me a second. Justin from Elo Sports is on the scene. I'm just trying to see if he can swap that other camera on table 2 out for a third one that I have there. I think maybe I have a setting wrong on that second camera. I should give him a mic and a little mini camera, and he could be the reporter on the scene. A little tricky on this 9, but a little bit of left. Slice that in, check the cue ball across the table back and forth, and it's perfect. Ta-da! Not a break and run, because Keith broke, played the push out, and then Simon ran out. Excuse me. Oh. So the last 4 racks have... Oh, wait a minute. Nope, that's only 9 for that one. So as far as balls made, Keith has made 1 in the last 4 racks. Simon's just been a little bit dominant here now, leading 7-3. Breaking again, watch the 4-ball and the 7-ball. 4-ball, 7-ball popped in the side. 2 and 3 wrapped around the table, and the 2 makes the 4-rail bank shot. And now if only he had a shot on the 1. Nice safety on that one. Nice safety. Keith still has a pretty easy kick. Anytime you leave a ball near a corner, it makes the kick a lot easier. The further you can get your safety ball to be out in the middle, the harder it is. But 2-rail kick in behind. Oh, he's gotten a little unlucky. He's made a nice hit, but he's left the 1 pretty much hanging over the pocket. Excuse me. The real tragedy on this one is, though, even though he's hit that 2-rail, it's got good separation with the cue ball and the 1. He's left the 1 right near the pocket. The 3 ball's right there. All Simon has to do is roll it in and not scratch. Done. So from here, it's just getting past the 6. He's a little straight, so maybe this will be a little tougher than I think, but he should be able to just slide right by that 6 off the side rail. There we go. A little bit of left-hand sliding. If you saw how the angle that went in there was pretty steep. And then as soon as it hit that railing, it spun out past the 6 without a problem. Audio's still low. Okay. All right. Well, we'll just bump that. See, I've got it in my headset in here, and it's actually coming through okay there, but that is on full volume. So I've turned it up a little bit there. So that should be fairly good. If you can hear a humming sound in the back, let me know. So Simon, shooting strong as always, has put together 6 in a row. After going 2-2 the first 4 games, it's now been 6-1. Poor Keith has gotten up to the table to kick at balls and break, and that's pretty much it. So he'll get another opportunity to break. But in the meantime, Simon is just racking up the stats, leading 8-3. with a TPA of 957. Well, keep in mind that's my interpretation of a TPA, and I may be marking the errors incorrectly, but I can always watch this back and correct it. Oh, hold on. I have marked something incorrectly for Keith. There we go. All right, so Keith, breaking in rack number 12. So Keith has made 2 balls off the break in rack number 12. The 3 and the 4. So he'll be able to develop the 5 here off the 1. There's no chance of not moving the 5, but he's overcut the 1. So tough to step up after sitting for so long and getting a rhythm going. But that's a miss on a shot he should not have. So I will be charging that as an error. Okay, excellent. Thanks for the comments on the audio, guys. I really appreciate the help in letting me know what it sounds like. It's misleading because even though I have it here, I have an earbud in my ear listening to the audio there. I have it going on a laptop beside me, so disappointingly the chat comments are not updating in real time, but that's okay. Okay, guys trading safeties back. Not quite there with either of them, but close. Simon has a decent opportunity on this one, I believe. Just cut that into that top left corner pocket. It's how he's going to be able to develop shape on the 2. The tables were a little slow. I was there on, I think it was Wednesday night, just doing some testing, and got to play a few games with Justin. And the tables are a little slower than I expected, but not bad. And if that rolls a little farther, Simon is gold. Perfect weight for the 2. It's going to still going to be a little bit difficult to get from the 2 to the 5. He's got some work to do, but I'm sure he can figure it out. Just a little bit of right-hand side, come 2 rails, land on that 5 nice and easy, a little straight. Now, anywhere from like 10 to 15 degrees gives you enough angle to really maneuver the cue ball around the table. Anything more than 10 to 15, I mean. Not just 10 to 15 degrees. You see, he was so straight on that one that even with siding into that rail, the best he could do is just make sure he didn't get in behind the 10-8 as far as angle goes. Straight top should bring him pretty close to 2 rails, maybe just a hair of left. Oh, he's going to draw this off the 6. And lands it perfectly. Looks like the 8 goes past the 10. It's a little close, so I can't really tell. typing on the wrong keyboard. Yeah, now that when he lay down over the table like that, you could see it created a shadow over the 8 and the 10. At that point, you can see there's clearly enough room for the 8 to go past that 10. That'll work. That will work. Play the 8 into this corner. A little bit of top left. Come 2 rails out for the 9. A little bit of speed. Just perfect. See, and it doesn't even have to be straight on this. I mean, if it was straight, it's just a stop shot for perfect shape on the 10. But just a draw shot to bounce into the rail and pop out, and you're perfect on the 10. That's the win. So I'll pop the table over to the other one. And as far as stats go, I'm going to put that up here. Keith came out fighting, but Simon was just a little too much for the last half of the match. And Keith really didn't have much of an opportunity to get anything going. So, for match number 1 between Keith Yip and Simon Pickering, it ends 9-3. Simon shooting at a 960, Keith at a 720. And if you can see, the errors were pretty close. I think Keith made 3, Simon made 4, but the balls made 97-18 versus break and runs of 1-0. Anytime you make that many more balls than your opponent, you're really hoping you're winning. If not, you have the habit of failing to finish. So over to June and Edwin. We're actually not that far behind. I thought we'd be a lot later than the 4:30 start for round 2, but it's only 4:40. So, Edwin looking to cut this 5 ball in. Just needs to get past that 9, but not in behind the 7. That's pretty much perfect. That was a well-struck shot. Again, I apologize. The Facebook comments are not updating in real time, so I'm missing a lot of them. I apologize. I will have to figure it out next time. I'm sure it's a setting that I ticked or didn't tick. Could just be Facebook, though. That'd be weird. A glitch that isn't me? Novel idea. Edwin trying to fight and get back into this match, down 6-3, but looking pretty good to get through these last 3 balls. He's been shooting well since we started watching anyway. Made a couple of nice shots. That looks like it's going to be where it needs to. Well done. Roll it forward, take the 10 in the top right corner pocket. And, you know, if we had shape on every 10 ball like that, I would have won a lot more games. And there it is. So, June getting back within 2, down 6-4 in this race to 9. In the Shark Week play safe or be eaten last man standing 10-ball tournament at Martsin Billiards. I think this is this background here that you can see. These are the Chinese 8-ball tables out at Martsin, along with some of the other 9. I think those are 9 foots. I think they're all 9 foots. And then these 2 tables that we're playing on are in the back room. It's a really nice place to play. Thank you to Leo for letting us come in here and do this. Much appreciated. Edwin breaking rack number 11 in this race to 9. Watch the 7 and the 6. 7 got kicked. I don't know what happened to the 6. 6 did make it into the side. Those 2 second balls very often get popped into a side pocket, and then the 2-3, which are always put in the back corner, will have a tendency to come close or even go on a 4-rail bank shot into the corner that they are near. Edwin banking the 1. Probably just going to stick this cue ball 2 rails, maybe 3 for the 2 in the bottom left corner pocket. Oh, he's made the 1, but didn't get past the 7 or the 7. I can't really tell. Oh, it's a 7. The 4 is pink. What am I thinking? Coming up next, our next 2 matches are Leto Attendido versus Navi Gill and Dexter Ambang versus Lake McKay. What a safety shot there. Edwin, nicely done. You see June just trying to figure out something to get out of this on that 2. Wow. This, folks, is a bit of a tough one to get out of. That's a heck of a shot, man. I am impressed. Yeah, you got to love it when those go right and your safeties end up exactly where you wanted them. Like you couldn't pick up the cue ball and place it any better. I really have no idea how he's going to hit this. I don't think he has enough angle at all. Like that, unless there's some separation between that cue ball and the 4 ball. I mean, I think you're taking the deliberate foul and trying to tie stuff up. He must have some room there and just jacked up, spin it around, and wow. Hits it, but he's not going to get a rail. Still, heck of an effort from that position. Nice job, June. Edwin stepping up. Wants that quick 2-10 in the side. Get that victory. Get back within 1. It's always a risk. Lining it up just so that you know it's going to feel right. Hero or zero. And it's hero. Edwin back within 1. Nicely played safety. I don't know whether that was by design, knocking the 2 down by the 10 and locking him up that tight, get ball in hand with the combo to win. But if it was, that's freaking genius. I love that. So I'm used to commentating right next to the tables. And I think I've gotten into a bit of a rut about being too quiet and being calm and not getting too excited because I don't want to upset the players. So I'm trying to let go of that habit. And anytime I see something like that shot that Edwin did, I mean, that's fantastic. June breaking, pops the 5 on the side. 3 balls trying for that 4 rails to the corner, but June's shoulder's in the way, and I can't see. It looks like it might have got kicked because that is not the angle it had headed down there. Good news, June's made a ball. Bad news, well, the only bad news is Edwin, sorry, June made a ball. June, off to the races. Got a little bit of a funny angle on the 1 to the 2. But he may be able to pot this top left, just draw back into this lower side rail and spin out for the 2 in the side. That's what he's lining up to do. Not quite. I think he might get a fortunate roll. That 3 ball might have come far enough to let Edwin see the 1. Don't know. We'll know in a minute here. I think Edwin's lining up a safe. Knock that 1 ball 3 rails around the table. Send the cue ball down to the end rail. Try and get that 1 ball into here. As soon as I find my mouse, get that 1 ball into there. Leave the cue ball down there. No, he had room to cut it in. Excuse me. So June kicking to the 1 ball. June's a heck of a player. I played him in the wow, just about made that. He did not miss that by much. I played June in the I think it was the 2018 or 2017 BC 8 Ball Championships. I can't remember what year it was, but June beat up on me pretty good there to leave me in 3rd place. And then I think he went on to play Rob Cardinal from Edmonton. Great player. And I don't remember. I think Rob won that one, but banking the 1 ball. Nope, playing safe. Just trying to get the cue ball in between the 2, 4, 3. Nicely struck shot. Not sure what Edwin has here. I think if you kick at it off that left rail, you're going to be... That's a tricky little hit. I think that 8 ball's kind of in your line as to where you'd like to be. I think you go the other side of the 8 ball and go 2 rails with a low to right-hand spin, but I could be wrong. Yeah, he's missed the 1. And giving June ball in hand is a risky proposition, sir. Very risky. I don't actually know June's Fargo. I would love to pull it up, but frankly, I don't know it. And it's not in his sheet. We'll just wipe the stats clean. Get ready for the next match starting. I think they may have already started or they're warming up. Hold on. I think they're starting now. We'll join it in progress, but if we do that, I won't be able to have stats for it. So I think it's Leto and Navi is starting right now. So after this match is done, that will be our secondary match. Oh, they're not started. Okay, he's just warming up still. Interesting. After he shoots this, I'm going to disturb the broadcast for a second. Oh, not working quite the way I thought. Sorry, technical issue there I was trying to solve and cannot quickly, so I'll just leave it. It's not disrupting anything. Nice little safety from June. It's pretty easy kick. I don't think June should be going for a jump cue here. Pretty sure the 5 doesn't pass the 6. He's not going to go for the combo, is he? The jump combo? Or does it go? I don't think it goes. I think he's looking at lining up the jump combo. Not sure what he's going to do here. I would be kicking at it, and I think that's what he went to do, is go back to get his playing cue so he can come back here and kick. If you kick to try and make it in the side, if it misses, right, it's headed this way. Now your cue ball is also going to head this way, so it's a little tricky. But I think your odds of fluking a safe versus fluking a... No, he's going airborne. He can't see that from there, can he? Or is he going to slow spin it around? Well, he was able to thin it and just play a safety there. Get the 5 to the end rail. Oh, coffee. And yes, it's just coffee. So, does Edwin cut it in, play the end-to-end safe, or go for the bank? What I mean by end-to-end safe is bring the cue ball across the face of it. Oh, we just played the slow safety, the tiny roll on it. Nice job. I like that choice. You know the cue ball's going to run, so if you just thin it without the intent to make it, you will push it closer to the pocket, but getting that cue ball all the way back to the down to the 9-10. And he's taken away this angle for the kick. If this 10 ball wasn't there, this angle to kick it would be easy. Anytime you can hit that object ball off of a near rail, it increases your odds dramatically. Now he's got to go through that close rail to the cue ball. And he's drilled the 7. So, unfortunately for Edwin, that's going to give June ball in hand with 4 balls left on the table. So, pop the 5 ball in, cue ball back out to the head string line. Nope, doesn't need to go that far. Lots of angle right here. Again, you can play this one rail or you can spin it over for one rail. Depends on the angle you actually have. Some guys I know like to play short of the side and bounce out. I think Simon was one that had showed me to get a little bit more accurate. He tries to hit that third rail or the second rail. And June's able to make the 9. Held there fairly well for the 10. Got a little bit of work to do there. But Lito and Navi are starting up. Navi's just taking his shot there. June's just waiting for him to get that out of the way. And that's going to make it 7-5. June leading over Edwin. Almost 5 o'clock, so we're a little bit, about a half hour over time. Race to 9 in an hour and a half is a little tight, and if you don't get going right on time, it makes it even worse. A little self-chiropractic care there. So 45 people watching in the chat room. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. Who lives the farthest away from Vancouver, British Columbia? Who's the farthest away in the chat room there? $7-5. Edwin trails June. We'll swap over to the other table. I don't believe they're playing yet. I think they're just warming up, but they may have started. Navi, pot into 1, drops that cue ball onto the 3 fairly well. Goes to the side, shouldn't be an issue. Back to Edwin and June. I want to see the completion of this set. That reminds me, I have to go up here. Just reporting the score to Challenge. And there we go. Edwin misses the tricky combination. So there's our draw sheet. It's a pretty small draw sheet, but you know, $100 entry fee, winner take all. This is the VIP room down at Martsin Billiards. There's 2 tables shut off from the rest of the crowd, and I think that cue ball leaked out and left Edwin the 1. If June's left Edwin the 1, it's a pretty good starting position for the 2. He's got good angle to get into where he needs to, but I don't believe June has left him the proper amount of room if he's looking at it like that. And that's not where Edwin wanted to be, but it's going to work well. The trick now is going to be the 3 ball. You see the 9's blocking the 3. I believe the 10's blocking the 3. That side pocket that the cue ball's at may be the only ball or the only pocket that 3 ball goes in. Tricky, tricky. Cut the 2 in the corner, hit the right-hand side of that 8, and roll forward towards the end rail to get the cue ball in behind. But he's going to go into the 8. Pretty solid. All right. Made the 2. You can see that's not what he wanted because he's having to rethink his plan. Edwin trying to cut that 3 energy, banking it onto the 8. Banking it onto the 8 goes a little long. Well, June's got a little bit of a fine shot on the 3. I would expect him to make it. It's getting that cue ball into position on the 4. You'd want to roll it forward, but missing the 10 and missing the 7 does lead towards the side pocket, so that might be a little tricky. Yeah, hit the 3 ball a little too full. That position, I think, is what made that error. Just didn't give him the right angle to be confident shooting it in there and not scratching in the side. Quite a lot of angle on this 3. I don't believe Edwin can hit this with just enough pace to make the 3 ball and bring the cue ball back across the table once. I think he's going to have to juice up and hit it pretty good. Nope, he elected to play safe. And that last little rub on the 9, I think, kind of messed it up for him. It's not going to get safe. That's going to leave June again, a bit of a tricky shot in the 3. I expect him to make it. I expected him to make the last one, but I'm not shocked that he missed it. It's not easy. This one I think is a little easier, but it all depends on what shots you're more familiar with and which shots you like to shoot. Overcut it, but watch that cue ball. Oh, it came out. So the guys are leaving a little bit of distance there and making it a little hard on the other guy. Testing their long-range accuracy. Edwin just going to roll this one in. Oh. Stepping up, didn't like what he was thinking, didn't like what he was feeling. We'll just flip over to the other side here and see how Lake and Leto are doing. Leto and Navi, sorry, it's Leto and Navi. Navi leading 1-0. Leto making a nice hit on the 1. Is that cue ball going to get in behind the 2? It is. back to Edwin and June. Edwin's missed the 3, but I think he's stayed up on the table. June has a long straight in shot. Bit of a tester here. So with things opening up soon, crossing my fingers, I think Kings of the Hill will be starting again. For those of you who've signed up and paid up and have been so very patient, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I've already messaged one of the venues that we were supposed to start at, so just making sure that it's okay to go with them. And then if I get clarification on that, and then we get good news on the 15th, I will also be sending out messages to captains, and let's get this ball rolling again. Who wants to see the Kings of the Hill back? For those of you who aren't familiar with our Kings of the Hill show, you can check out the Kickin' Billiards Facebook page and find past matches on there, as well as Kings of the Hill Facebook page. Edwin making things happen. Gotta watch out. Okay, as long as he's got room to cue that 7, he's fine. Actually makes things easier. Just does not want to scratch off this 7, which, if you don't play it right, you could scratch in this bottom right corner pocket. But I think he's going to jack up, put a little bit of bottom on it. Try and keep that cue ball in the center of the table. Just come up and down the table. This is the game. Make the 7, he wins. I'm calling it now. Ta-da! Now, don't make a liar out of me, Edwin. Or a fool. Anything, really. Yeah, I made sure he came back with good angle to come on the 9. To claw back within 1. Edwin takes rack 13. Rack 13. June needs 2. Edwin needs 3. That's all we have left in this set. Seven, 6, race to 9. Winner take all. Second place gets Bupkis. Nothing. They get the compost heap, whereas the winner gets all the lettuce. $700. Well, June's got a bit of work to do here. There may be a gap between the 7 and the 3 to hit the 1, but I think that's too tight. If there's room through there, it's like microns, man. That is tiny. Even 2 rails off this right-hand side set of rails isn't going to work. I think he's got to go 2 from the left side rail. Even that, it's probably going to go wide. Yeah, it needed a little bit less room to go 3 and more room to go 2. It's very tough to force angles that are not there. can be done sometimes. As with most rotation games, 10 ball not excluded, those first 3 or 4 balls are probably usually the hardest because there's so many obstacles out there. If Edwin can draw back between the 3 and the 7 and get on that 2, I think from there he's looking pretty comfortable. Oh, he just slid across. Okay, no, that's a different look. He's on the 2. I expect him to make the 2. But is he going to land anywhere where he can make the 7? Oh. Trying to hold it there too much for the 3. And he's ended up hanging the 2 ball out to the right and missing home plate. No strike there. So June trying to figure out exactly how he can cut this 2 in or play safe on the 2. Or I think he's playing safe. And played it well. See, now I think you go for the jump cue because kicking at it, there's just too many balls around. Excuse me one sec. Let me see if I can just do something here. Okay, just trying to fix the chat issue here, so we'll run a little test. Edwin trying to be as cautious as he can because if he makes these 3 balls, he's tied up and it's a race to 2 to stay alive. And taking out June is no small feat. Like I said, a few years ago he finished 2nd in the CCS BC Provincial 8-ball tournament. Not sure how he did in the rotation in the 9-ball event, but I know in the 8-ball he's pretty strong. Okay, kept good control of the cue ball. He's on that 9. I can't tell what the angle is. We're going to be adjusting the cameras at Martsin. We'll be able to raise them up a little higher, get a little bit better angle. That's going to work out very nicely. To tie it up. Bottom left corner. It's in there. Whoa, watch the cue ball. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, how did that stay out? Whew. June can't believe it. Everybody's getting up to look at that ball. Like, how did that stay out? I would have swore that was going in. But much to Edwin's relief, it stayed up and he's tied. How close is that from being tied to putting your opponent on the hill? All right, race to 2 to stay alive. Can't remember, is Edwin breaking or is June? I don't remember who broke the last one. Over on the other table, Lito and Navi all tied up a 1. Lito is one heck of a shot maker, I'll tell you that. Edwin, nice break. Is he going to get anything to drop? I can't tell. Strangely enough, he's blocked 1/4 of the table, and I can only see 3 out of the 10 balls. So that would be dry, and he's on the 1. So June, liking what he's seeing when he comes to the table, only needing to win 2 games. I agree, Mike. But, soon. Hopefully, what, 2 more days? 2 more days, then we don't have to wear those. Three balls out in the center of the table. June's got the 2 just begging to go home in that top right corner pocket. So that's not going to be an issue. It's going to be, where does the cue ball end up to play the 3? A lot of open pockets, so no real difficulties there. It just depends on where it lands exactly. Okay, see, the cue ball is a little bit hampered by the 4 ball now. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem. You might be able to just draw back off this a little bit to play that 4 in the top left corner. Nicely done. A little bit of just straight top, I think. Come straight back up table for the 5 in this bottom right corner pocket. Again, today's stream brought to you from the Pinoy Hustlers, Vancouver, BC, Facebook page, Elo Stream, and Elo Sports, and Justin Lee. Kickin' Billiards, and last but not least, Martsin Billiards. Thank you, Leo, and the staff at Martsin for putting this on and allowing everybody to be there and enjoy some competitive pool again. June's looking solid to get through here. Oh, hey. Somebody's bumping the camera. Just a little bounce off the rail makes it so much easier. I think if you read the step 3, Mike, it's they're recommended but optional, but I'm not sure. June winding his way through that rack, ending up in the lead 8-7. So he's on the hill. Edwin fighting for his life. Tournament life. Let's be clear. Tournament life. This is not like a winner lives, loser dies tournament. That'd be crazy. Okay. Just a second. Whoever's standing near this camera, can you please back away, please? You keep hitting it, and it looks like they're having an earthquake. Miss Wyszynski, welcome to the stream. Mr. Yarwood, good to see you, sir. June's making the one. He didn't want that rub on that ball down at the other end of the table. I think that was the 9 ball. He did not want that rub. Yeah, I'm not sure which ball that was. It was the 9. He's ended up on the 2 anyway. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things. I think I need to start hauling sandbags around or some weights so I can drop them on the legs at the bottom so they don't bounce as much. Or tape them down or something so that when people bump them, they don't look like you're on a boat or having an earthquake. But like I said, next time we do a stream at Martsin, we will be able to mount some shelves to the wall, and then we can have the cameras up a little higher. We'll get a little bit better down or top view, and people will have to go out of their way to bump them. Edwin just straight top. Cut this 2 in, come straight up that left side for the 3. If you don't come far enough, you've got it in the left corner pocket. You come too far, you've got it in the right corner pocket. It's going to be very close to the 6, I think, if he doesn't put anything on it. And he's really come a long way. I think you might see a safety here. 3 ball to the side rail by the 7, cue ball up on that 3. If he's got the angle, I can't quite tell. But trying to put the cue ball there and putting the 3 ball in here. Ooh, that's the wrong line. Mr. Julian Thompson, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by, sir. Oh, I think that goes. He's cutting it to the left, I believe. Top left corner pocket, of course, that goes. And that's a nice shot. Hit that. Perfect. Little tricky on the 5. Might just be able to roll this in and have the cue ball come 2 rails for the 6 on the other side. Or do you worry too much about the scratch and try and draw this off? Looks like he's playing it with topspin. Just needs to slide that 5 into the side. Come out. Whoa. Needs to slow down now. Needs to slow down. Perfect. Took it to the corner. I expected the side, but the corner will work. Corner will work wonders. Oop. Getting a little Bustamante on us there. Most of you will know Francisco Bustamante pretty commonly twists himself around to play from behind his back. I think I've seen Roberto Gomez do that a couple of times too. This is an awkward cue ball position for a right-handed player because you can't... left-handed player. No, wait a minute. I would have thought a right-handed player would have more trouble with this. Of course, because that's what Edwin is now that I look at the glove in his hand. Sometimes the obvious escapes me. What can I say? Okay, well, he's going to be using the rake again. He's all right. I mean, yeah, the odds for a miscue are a little greater shooting it from there. But he should be able to drain this 7 top right and just bring the cue ball. Yep, that's exactly where I was thinking. Somewhere in there. Hey, thanks, Scott. Much appreciated. I'm hoping to do more and more and more of this. We've got the Kings of the Hill hopefully starting up in July. I do have some holidays in July, so it's a little bit quirky as to exactly how we're going to get this going and start it up again. And then I have to double check and make sure all of the players are available in July. But hopefully we can start doing that every other Friday night. And then maybe every other Friday night or maybe once a month if we can get it sorted out. Get some higher stakes money matches going. Be nice to be able to do it down at Mason's out here in Chilliwack, because if anybody's interested in traveling out this way for a little bit more cash. But I'm not adverse to traveling, as anybody who knows me knows. I will drive where the pool is, as long as I can get there. Edwin working hard to stay alive. Needs this 10 ball to force a hill match. Nice, easy stroke. Tendency in pressure situations is to jerk the cue and stroke a lot faster. But that's not what you want. You want a nice, easy, flowing stroke. Just like that. Although, I'll be honest, I thought that might have hit the horn and rattled a bit. But it's in, and we're at 8-all. 1 game to stay alive. 1 game to go home. Or sit in the corner and watch. You know, no problem. Maybe have a beverage. Support the hall. Speaking of the hall, anybody who hasn't been to Martsin Billiards, you should check it out. There's a few of our pool halls around the Lower Mainland that, as pool players, we should probably get out and support a bit. Metro Coffee Bar and Billiards, Q1 Billiards, undergoing renovations at this time. Sneaky Pete's, downtown Vancouver. Stephen Fullen's new place. Check it out. The pictures are amazing. I have not made it down there myself, but you know, all these guys need our help. Q1, the Metro, Martsin, Sneaky Pete. Who else have we got? For the cheese, or the chance at the cheese, Edwin's got a good pop on the break. He's made the 2. Can't tell if the cue ball stayed up. Oh, and the 6 ball rolls in front of the 1. You can see Edwin just jumping up with frustration there, thinking he's got it locked up with a shot at the 1, and then having that 6 ball roll right into his path. Scott, if you want to play in one of these last man standing tournaments, just give your name to Bien Lim, or or send it to I can tell him that you're interested. But Bien is the one who's been organizing these. You can probably find him on Facebook or on the Pinoy Hustlers Vancouver Facebook page. It'd be nice to do one of these a month. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be a lot of streaming for me. Every Friday night and then one Sunday. Mr. Tom Joyce, welcome to the stream. Tom, we got to get you in these too. One of these last man standing draws. For those that don't know, Tom plays pretty sporty, pretty strong. Definitely a threat to win any one of these. Edwin kicking at this one. Just misjudged it. Thought the cue ball would get by the 10, but it didn't. So that is going to bring June to the table with ball in hand. Exactly what he was hoping for. He's been fighting to put Edwin away for a few racks. Edwin just isn't going away, so now this is June's first chance of this rack to sew it up and send Edwin home. Taking his time, planning a careful route, trying to figure out what the percentages are and which would be the best way for him to run this out. That gives him the largest margins for errors, just in case. That's going to roll just about perfect to put him on that corner pocket. It might have needed another quarter revolution to avoid the side with the cue ball. Mr. Mason Mackey, welcome to the stream, sir. I was just mentioning that we'd like to start doing some high stakes or higher stakes matches out at the Shark Tank here in Chilliwack. Got a little bit more work to do there, but I think that we're getting close. June gently rolls the 4 into the side. And you see, even as slow as he shot that 4 in the side, he still rolled a little too far for the 5. Little bit of a tester on the 6. The only reason it's a tester is just because you don't have a lot of angle to maneuver the cue ball around. So, and he opted not to try. Just took the 6 and said, I'll shoot the 8. I don't care where from. I'm not missing the 6 because I wanted to get a little bit better on the 8. The 8's an easier shot than the 6, even from there. So, oh, into the horn, but it's going to end up a little bit lucky here, forcing Edwin into the bank. The bank for the win. If Edwin can bank this cross side, I'm thinking he's a good bet to win this. If he can make this bank, I think this is the rack. Is he looking at playing safe in behind the 9? That's crazy difficult, but would be awesome if he could set it off. He's just waiting for Navi to finish doing what he's doing to get out of the way. Score on that table, by the way, is 2-2. Leto over Navi. Tied with Navi. Not over. Can't be over if they're 2-2. What am I thinking about here? Okay, yeah. So, Edwin calling the 8 ball, bank side. Step it up, and as Laurie John Jones said it in an instructional video years ago, wait until your brain says go and then hit it. That's it. Pretty straight on the 9, but I think he's okay. He's got angle. He can run forward and bounce back. Looking pretty solid to keep going. Be a good win for Edwin. Disappointing loss for June if this happens. He's been leading the whole way or most of the way. Watch the cue ball. No, he's fine. 10 on the side. To advance. It's in. Edwin defeats June and will advance to the next round of this winner-take-all last man standing tournament at Martsin Billiards. He will face Simon Pickering. So let me enter that score. And on table 2, we'll switch over there now and just watch until Lake and Dexter get started. And then we'll switch back to Lake and Dexter because I will try and keep the stats going for them. Oh, gotta find my sheet here. Okay, so player 1 is Dexter. Player 2 is Lake. So for match number 3 of the first round, you have Dexter Ambang. Fargo is 692 and Lake McKay 710. So these are Fargos of some top local players. Anytime you get near the 700 range, you have to know guys can play. So we'll switch to that table now. Hopefully it's not locked up. What's going on here? Okay, I'm going to have to redo this. I'm going to close that. I got to rebuild that one, so we will swap back over to Lito and Navi while I do this. We were just using this table. Just a second, folks. Oh, there we go. That camera needs to be turned a little bit. It'll lower the gain, so we will bring that camera to you. It just needs a little tweaking. Our man on the ground. Oh, I wish you could see me there. Oh. Okay, so we'll swap that over. And if people stop bumping it, we'll have a decent view of Dexter versus Lake. So combined Fargo for these two players is 1,402. So averaged 701. Dexter is 692. Lake is 710. So this should be some pretty good quality pool here. Hoping we get to see a few runouts. Although to be fair, watching the World Pool Masters, there were not a lot of matches that had 5 or 6 runouts. There was a few, but most of them had 2 or 3 for each player. Which, I mean, they were short races as well. But, whoops. Yeah, a little warm up, get the bumps and bobbles out of the stroke as you go before you really have to start playing. For some reason, we're having problems when we have one camera or 2 cameras going. It's weird. It's all right. We'll make it work. Oh, let me just edit the size of that down. Sorry, when I redid the scene, that took some of the logos and stuff off, so I'm just putting them back on. There you go. All right. We'll be a few minutes with Lake and Dexter warming up. So maybe we'll switch over and watch Navi and Lido if that camera's working again. I think it has something to do with the internet. It just doesn't have the bandwidth to stream both out simultaneously, seamlessly. But we'll see. Yeah, that's frozen. We'll just pop back over to Dexter practicing, warming up. So, this is where we're at, folks. Round 1, halfway through. Simon defeated Keith 9-3. Edwin squeaks by with a hard-fought victory over June Garcia. They will meet up in the second round. In the third match of round 1, we have Lito and Navi. And they are still at 3-2. Lito leads Navi. And right now we have Dexter Ambang facing off against Lake McKay. So it looks like Lake is going to be breaking first. Just making my notes so that we can keep these stats going. All right. Watch the 9 and the 6. Oh, 9 didn't move. 6, I'm not sure about. 6 didn't really pop anywhere. That's going to be a dry break. Dexter making the 1, but he's run into the 7 almost full in the face and does not have a shot on the 2. Gonna have to go up and down, but that's gonna be a little awkward. Stretched out, reaching over. Okay, he's gonna go 2 rails, a little bit of right hand siding. 2 rails or 3 rails? Is he trying to go between the 6 and the 9? Nope. Not quite there. So we're going to call that an error with 1. So Lake with ball in hand. The trickiest ball out there right now, I believe, is the 5. And that's not too bad, although the 4 to the 5, it's kind of an awkward positional change. So we'll see what he does with it. Lake having an issue with his glove. He'll sort that out and get back to the table right away. Or maybe it'll take a minute. You know, it's not often we get to watch these guys these days. Hopefully we can make it happen more and more and more. Got some bugs to work out of the system, but we're getting there. But with Justin Lee and ELO Sports, the ELO stream is making this pretty painless to do, actually. Do some streaming from home, commentary from home. I forgot to throw my face up there. We'll do it after this match when we swap over. So Lake drawing the 2, trying to get an angle on the 3 so that he can maneuver over for the 4. Didn't need to do anything, I guess. It's a little straighter than I'm sure he'd like, but he doesn't want to be straight on the 4 either. So he'll probably just play it with straight top, come out to the center of the table. And now, where does he want to be to see that 5? See, the option here is to come. I don't believe it goes by the 5 doesn't go by to the 8 to this pocket. It has to go to here. So having the cue ball come in here, or and he's done. He's already up there and running. Maybe it does go by the 8. I didn't believe that it did. He's going to wait for Lido, so we can't really tell if he's doing it or not, if he's going to try that cut into the left corner pocket. Mr. Tom Ham, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Playing safe. Oh, is that going to leave a window? That might leave a window. Nope, he's going to have to kick at it off the side rail. Wants to hit the down table side of that 5. Yeah, came across the face. Unfortunately, scratched. So a positional error by Lake, but 2 ball in hand errors from Dexter. Anybody know who made the 4 in this rack? Lake just a little tight to that 7. Not sure cutting that in the side's going to work, but he will get down for the 8 if it does. And that works. And look at the shape of the 8. It's going to be perfect. Oh, well, I spoke too soon maybe. A little bit of a bounce. Again, not bad. He might have to run the cue ball more than he wanted, but he just comes 1, 2, 3, 4 rails, something like that. I have my lines wrong. Oh, that's going to slow down. He's going to be in the middle of the table. He was trying to hold it for 3 rails, which he's done a pretty good job, actually. That won't hurt. Okay, that's going to be Lake taking the lead, 1-0. And that will alternate every other one for the break. Just checking this. I have 1 ball made for Dexter, so that must have been 9 for Lake. Dexter had the cue ball coming to the side rail, but it got kicked by the 3. Is that 3 ball going to drop? No, sir. 3, 6, 9, 10. That's a dry break. Rack number 2. Lake stepping up for the bank. He's going to double it. Okay, but that's going to bring Dexter back to the table with option, and there's no way he's passing this back, not after letting Lake warm up on a practice bank shot. Off both horns. Wow. Okay, but that's left Lake a little tough. That's a miss. a bank shot I would have expected him to make. And there's a miss by Lake, actually. Didn't expect that. Bit tricky with the cue ball up against the end rail, though, so. Still leaves Dexter with a pretty easy cut, 2 in the corner. Doesn't have to do much for the 3. Three to the 4. It's jacked up over the 10, so this is always going to make it a little bit suspect. Dangerous to follow it in on these. Not when you hit the rail first. Nicely done. You can just roll this 4 in. End up on the 5. And he stalled that one right there. Actually hit it with some speed, but with the spin he put on it, it was pretty nice job to just kind of kill its speed right there. Oh, that one did not do what he wanted it to. It's got to bank the 6, jacked up over the 10, and follow it to get shape on the 7. You can see he's not liking the position he's going to try and stand in. But he's done it nicely. He's got to take the 7 up to the pocket, the opposite pocket you would expect him to want to. Mr. Dave Wilson, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, sir. Dexter cutting the long 7 in and ending up pretty nice on that 8. Watch the scratch in the side. Oh, wow. You see how close that was to the side? It just barely had enough of the point to deflect it past the side pocket. So a little bit of right-hand siding. Spin this out and around for the 10. So 1 ball made for Lake, 1 error. 1 error for Dexter, but 9 balls made. That's going to improve his TPA. Okay, so we will put the loss column in there and the win column in there. And then we'll bring this up. So here's where we're at right now. Scores 1-1. Guys are shooting at about 77 and 83%. Couple of errors made by each. Same number of balls. They've each got 10 balls in between 2 racks. So back to the action. Lake to break. Watch that 9. Watch the 8. They're going to go towards the side pocket. 6 is going 4 rails to the corner. If it gets out of the way, rubs off the 5 and in. Lake stoked to make the 6. 1 ball does go past, but there's no shot on the 2. So I expect him to just roll up, play a safety in behind the 5 here, or the 4. The 1 ball's got to stop. That's going to work. Shot objective achieved. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Dexter go 2 rails to kick this one. Try and get that cue ball to run back down table. Well, he did try the 2 rails. He just missed it a little bit sharp on the 2nd rail. Came in underneath the 1. So that will be an error. Failing to get the hit on a safety is an error. Okay. Lake making the 1. Tried for the 210 in the side. Didn't get there. are iffy combinations in air. Tough combination. Do you expect her to make it? I got to think this through more. We'll make adjustments. The stats are just in a preliminary stage. I would like to eventually keep lifetime stats for everybody, but of course I'm going to have to do this a few times to figure out exactly what I can track and what I can't, and then how to store it all. Kind of expected Dexter to make that one, so we'll throw that in there. But Lake with the kick off the end rail hits it perfect. How good did he hit it? He hit it perfect. Gets the safe back. Gonna have to come up with another category. Because right now the TPA only accounts for balls made versus balls made minus errors. And I think it should be balls made plus successful shots being the one Lake just did to get the safety on the 2. So I think that's how I'm going to interpret it. I'll have to write down some clarification on what's an error. Lake coming in perfect for the angle on the 3 to bump the 9 and the 7 apart and still come back up table a little bit for a shot of the 4. Oh no, 9 ball's going to get in between them. That is an unexpected development there. Can he hit the side rail before the 4? It's a bit of a luck as to where everything's going to go. He may have made this. Nope, doesn't have the steam. But it's going to roll past the 8 and stop Dexter from being able to take a swing at it. Dexter does have an opportunity to play safe here. Oh, no, he doesn't either because he can't put anything on the cue ball. I was thinking he could play a little bit of bottom and stick the cue ball right in behind the 4 and knock the 4 ball up and down a little bit. Kind of like that, but without being able to put bottom on the cue ball was always going to run off that rail. So still, good hit. I think Lake just called the bank. He gave the swipe with his cue pointing at that bottom right corner pocket. That is what he called. So this is an example of table management. Lake couldn't make the ball he wanted, so he played safe, didn't give his opponent an option, got back control of the ball, the cue ball, and now he's running out. A little bit of an awkward shape on the 7, so just banked it like it was nothing. Eight ball hopes it drifts off to the left, so see how the 10 ball is not in front of the cue ball, so Lake can still cue this properly. Doesn't have to do anything funky. Oh no. After all that work, Lake just missed the 10. Well, Dexter's not disappointed. He's probably ecstatic to get a chance to drop this 10 in that top right-hand corner pocket. He's jacking up his cue. I would have expected him to just roll this in, but he's going to pop it in. Yep, whatever you're comfortable with. So, in a strange turn at the end of the rack, Lake unable to pot the 10. Dexter steps up and drops it. And that was his only ball made in that rack. With 3 errors in it and still manages to get the win. Blake with 9 balls made and 1 error. That last shot was an error, missing the 10. So, after the break, before we get to see who shoots, we'll adjust the, we'll flash the stats up above. Dexter lost the cue ball off the side of the rack there. And he's dry, so just to let you know, there was where we're at. Dexter leads 2-1. TPA 647, 864. We'll see how that last 10 ball affects Lake. See if he can recover from that mentally. Not sure what the objective was there. Maybe banking the 1 ball. I didn't see what he called, if he called anything. We'll give him a... Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think we can give that one error free because it didn't really look like there was a clear objective there. But that's okay. It's up to interpretation and my interpretation, to be exact. Cody, welcome to the stream. Mr. Blair Wenzel, welcome to the stream. Nice hit by Lake. Leaves the 1 ball there in a position that it cannot be made. So Dexter's probably going to play a safe again. If anybody would like to share the stream, I would appreciate it. Liking it would be good too. If you like what you see, you like what you hear, let me know. If you have ideas, comments, suggestions, critiques, as long as they're made without 4-letter words, I would love to hear them. And Lake making the 1, getting started, but he's kind of hooked on the 2. I think he's going to go up and down. Pulling the jump cue out when you're that close is pretty tough. Needs to put a little bit of English on it if he's going with that one. Oh, but he's made it. Nicely done. A little bit more speed on it that he would have wanted, but he's through. Banks the 3 ball. Guy's been banking pretty good today. Okay, we won't be listening to the stream anymore. It's a little bit difficult with that in my ear. And an error from Lake as he accidentally touches the cue ball, calls a foul on himself to give Dexter ball in hand. Gentleman's game. It's what it is. Dexter dropping the 4, getting on the 5. Nice. Pretty sure it goes by that 8 or he wouldn't have played that side. Looks tight though. Nope, couldn't have been that tight. And if it was that tight, that was a heck of a shot because he just pounded that in there. Should have enough angle to come off this. Get out towards the 7. Oh, that's almost, oof. That's, it's going to take a heck of a recovery shot on this 7. Cut it in the side. Well, not sure on that one. We'll let it slide. We'll have to redefine, like I said. Long bank in the heart of the pocket. Beautiful shot by Lake there. You can't hit him better than that. Now it's a little straight on the 8 to get to the 9, so Lake will just cinch the 8 and take what he can on the 9. Oh, jaws the 9. Oh, some late game mistakes by Lake are really costing him here. Dexter just gently spins that 9 in off the rail. Creates enough angle to get up on the 10. And Lake will give it to him. So I'll give it to him too. So we will enter the stats here real quick, as quick as I can. Let's see, the 5, 0. So there you go. TPA is tightening up as we get a little further along. Dexter leading 3-1. TPA's getting a lot closer. A few more errors made by Lake there recently, but he's still got a good ball count, which is why it's keeping it up there. But back to the action. 9 and 7. Watch the 2 and the 6. Watch the 2 in particular. I think that's the one Lake's going for. Watch. Oh, I think it got kicked by the cue ball. I think that's going to be dry because the 2 and the 7, or the 9 and the 7 didn't go, and the 2 got kicked by the cue ball. Dexter can bank this long bank back down to that top right corner pocket, or I think he called the 8 ball. He's just going to drag the cue ball off that 1 all the way across, make the 8. Oh, hold it. Nope, it's not going to go. I thought that was still ever so slightly tipping, just like the old Nike golf ball from Tiger Woods there. Well, I'll charge them both with a miss. Dexter's got to cut this down. Another miss there by Dexter. In other news, Lido and Navi. Lido is leading 5-3. Lake getting just about perfect on that 2. If that cue ball stops any point today, there we go. I didn't believe it had that much steam on it. There's the 2 into the 8. Lake's not taking much time. I think that what might be leading to the late game misses there, but sometimes you just find your rhythm. Running through the rack. Still need some angle on that 6. Yeah, you need an angle there. You may be able to work something out here. I'm not sure what. Oh, he had angle. He gave it a little extra boost just to make sure he had enough angle, but he definitely had angle. He's trying to decide if he can play this with top left and spin down, or whether he has to go bottom right and draw to the end rail and spin it around the table. Oh, he just banked it. Completely fooled me. But he's landed funny on the 9. He's going to play the bank safe. Just do the split safety. Put the cue ball here. 9 ball over here. Try and get the 10 ball in between them. Nope, he's going to go for it. And that is looking to hang. Ouch. He's making everything but the last 2 balls. Everything but the last 2 balls. Sorry, folks. So, Blake taking that one down. 3-2. Again, making almost everything but the last couple of balls. Dexter just not quite able to finish it off. So... and made a couple mistakes himself there. So, breaking. Rack number 6. It's dry. Lake's got an awkward 1-2 position. Not sure he can make that combination work. No, he just tried to play safe and I'm not, I think he might have tried to go for a little bit, but I don't think so, because it would have had to go the other way. So he must have been trying to play safe and just get the cue ball in there. Dexter also playing safe. Are trading safeties back and forth here. I think Dexter's going to go for this bank side. You do have to indicate or call. You might have said something that I can't hear. Oh, watch out. That 6 might be in the road. Still makes it, though. Stan Tarancho, thanks for stopping by the stream. Mr. Langa, Mr. Chad Demain, how's it going? Min Trin stopping in as well. Dexter trying to knock that 3-ball safe, didn't have enough to cut it in. I don't think he got there. I think that Lake can, well, Lake can't make it unless he can bank it. The bank might be there. Did he call that? Wow. Kicking 2 rails at the 4. Oh, just missed it. That'll bring Dexter up. Where the heck did my mouse go? There it is. got to. Well, it's not really that tough. Shoot the 4. Now playing the 5 into the top right corner pocket will bring that cue ball out. You can take the 6 in the same right-hand side pocket. Should be all right here. Cut the 6 in the side, run 2 rails around for the 7. Oh, he's missed it. He did land nice on the 7, but unfortunately he's just given that 6 back to Lake. Get a little scrappy here in game 6. Lake just drawing off the 6 to get over for the 7. It's got a nice angle. Should just be able to float across. Maybe just a little above center. Maybe a hair or right to make sure it stays up table from the 8. Into the 9. Well, he'll play it to the other corner. Not exactly as planned, but it'll work. Now Lake's got to bear down and make these last balls. He's left himself on the rail after that 8. Doesn't make the 9 any easier. Should have enough. Wow, that's one of those tricky, is that going to scratch or not shots. I think he's straight enough that he could play this with straight top as long as he doesn't jam it and it goes 2 rails. Oh, watch the other side. Off the horn. Wow. Everybody needs a little bit of luck now and again. Watch out. Oh my God. Stop it, Lake. You're killing me. Lake ties it up 3-3. So let me tweak these here. And so there you go. Even though they're even on games, Lake's got an 18 ball count lead to bring his TPA up. Back to the match. Lake to break, rack number 7. Lake's made the 9 and the 1. 2 to the 3. If he can avoid getting hooked here, I think he's good to finish this rack. As long as he can find the consistency. I think that might be okay. Oh, might not. He's going to his jump cue. It's got to be so close that he doesn't have to jump much. He may even be able to put some backspin on this, but he may just hop it over and let the cue ball drift to the right side rail. Just enough to get over the 7. Stay off the 4. It's not getting any easier. Well, okay, technically this is easier than a jump shot, but you know what I mean. Four balls down. Hey, Mike. Sorry, I didn't see your stuff coming up. Yeah, some of the chat isn't coming through. It's been a little weird. Sorry, guys. I'll double check Navi and Lake here. Right now, Leto and Navi. 6-4, Leto leads. Dexter with the 7 and the 8. Oh. Man, always a surprise when these guys miss a shot like that where you're pretty darn sure they're going to do it. Dexter gives it to him. So we'll pop over and let you guys watch Navi for a second while I update the stats. Navi and Leto. That's another win for Lake. Let me just type in the stats there, folks. Okay. Back to Dexter and Lake. Lake leading 4-3, and Dexter scratching off the break. Jenny, what are you asking me to fix? The chat? I was just watching a different chat. I have switched to consolidated chat. Oh, wow. I've switched to a consolidated chat, so as long as it pops up in my Restream dashboard, I should be able to see it. So, Rick Marshall, the next tournament, I honestly don't know. I don't usually get a lot of notice for these, but this last one they did give me a little over a week, so I've got a little bit more down in the graphics, and yeah, it's looking a little bit better, I think. Just need more practice, that's all, and a stats person. Hint. It's an unpaid position, by the way. Dexter just smoothing that 4-ball in there. As long as he doesn't get behind the 10, that's okay, because even sitting there and having to worry about shape for the 7, it's not going to be as bad as it could if he was not even hitting the 6. Cue ball fouls only, so Dexter just giving Lake the opportunity to move that 10. Guess he nudged it with his finger. Okay. Now, I'm not going to say that this is a solid here, just because the guys seem to have been having a little bit of problem on some of the late game shots they need to make. Dexter looks good on the 7. Set up nicely on the 8. Enough angle to get out for the 9. And that should work out just fine. Just straight draw. Come back just a little bit to the left of where his hand is. Oh, he was straighter than I thought. Okay, now he just missed this 10 in the last game. Is it going to get in his head, or is he going to shrug it off and drill this one? Shrugs it off, makes the 10. We'll swap over to Lito and Navi. While I update the stats again, you can see it's 6-5. And then to the stats page. Oops, that's not the stats page. That's the stats page. So there you go, 721 to 81. Back to the game. Blake busting him up. Watch that 8-ball. If it can get through there clean, it has a real good tendency. Nope, it got dinged by something. Need to put the camera on the other end of the table, I think. That way we get to watch the break instead of not watch the break. Oh, that's going to go too far. Hope it goes far enough from the bank it or play it into the side. Cuts it in the side like it's not a thing. Now this one's tricky. How do you get this 4? Can you cut it in the side? Oh, nice. And he stays inside the 8-9. That'll work. That'll work. Oh, little unlucky rub on the 10. He would have gone a little longer there and possibly been a little easier on the 8. But he's still good. Whoa. Or go. One of the two. Okay, that works. Pretty sure that's not where he was intending. But, yeah, you play the lines right, and sometimes it works out. So that was a break and run. Our first of the match. We'll swap back over to Lito. And, sorry, back to Texter breaking. Rack number 10, trailing 5-4. Well, he's made a ball, but he's hooked on the 1. Plays a push. Lake playing a safe, trying to get that cue ball down table in between the 5 and the 3 and the 1. Sorry, my dinner's arrived, so bear with me. Rick Bien Lim on the Pinoy Hustlers Facebook page. He'd probably be the guy that you would want to talk to. Guys are still working on this rack, trying to get a flow going, get it started. Ooh, that was the one I thought was going to get it going. Now Lake stretched out over the table, jacked up over the 3, trying to do something to get on the 2. I think all he can do is float it to the side rail or the end rail there. Oh, a little bit more pepper on that steak than I expected. Hey, Jenny, no problem. And I think I got the chats figured out. I'm just going to watch the consolidated one from Restream and see how that works. So that's another miss on the 2, but he's come in behind the 3, left Dexter nothing. Nothing but a headache. I'm going to kick it, called it bottom left corner pocket. Oh, hey, it was a good hit. Needs to slow down, hit that 9 and get him behind it. You're a little lucky there. Now Lake kicking at the 2 in the side. This is a scrappy game. Lake gets a nice kick and a nice leave. He's hooked Dexter back. No problem, Rick. Sorry I'm slow to respond. I'm working it out. Missed kick from Dexter there on the 2 ball. Gonna bring Lake back, but with ball in hand. Now these guys got to find their gear soon. Lake with the 2, the 3, coming back for the 4. Watch out, 9 ball. Watch out, 9 ball. Did that get in the road? That got in the road. Man. It's got to be so precise in this game. You let your attention wander just a tiny little bit, and you're in a hole. Excellent try by Lake. He's made the 4, but it's going to be Dexter's option. And he's not going to pass up that. He's a little straighter, or a little, excuse me. Got a little bit more angle on the 6 than I bet you wanted, but he should be okay. He's going to play this with a little bit of right-hand side and try and come up and down table between the 9 and the 10. He's run into the 10, and as long as he gets off the rail, it'll be okay. He did not. That's going to be a tester. You've got to hit this. You've either got to jack up and hit it square, or you've got to run through it and have the cue ball run up and down. He's cutting it to the bottom right. The only thing you have to worry about there is the cue ball following it in. Now, if that 9 ball stops moving, it's not going to be too bad for him. But Lake's been really good with his long banks tonight, so if there's a bank he's going to make, I would not be too surprised. Oh, he called the 10. Did he call the 10? I looked away for a second. No, he didn't call the 10. So the 10 gets spotted. Dex will come up. Makes the 9. What's he got left on the 10 here? Right at the 50-yard line. Cuts it in the side. No, off the horn. And still doesn't give it up. Man. Really scrappy rack this one is. Lake probably going to bank corner. reverse bank corner, try and get the cue ball 2-3 rails to the center of this end rail if he misses. And that's going to fall short, but it's going to hang up over the other corner pocket. He'll just give it to Dexter. So, scrappy rack. I think Navi and Lido are at 6. They seem to have walked away from the table. Somebody else is fooling with it. But regardless, so Lake loses that one. Still made half the balls, but 3 errors. Dexter wins it with making half the balls and making 4 errors, but he still comes away with the win. Lake getting the 8 in the side off the off the hop, but he's scratched. So that's gonna bring Dexter to the table with a really wide open rack. It's gonna be the 1 to the 2. If he can go from a 1 to the 2 and get in line, I don't see any reason for him to get out of line. Don't hit the 7. Well, not exactly in line yet, but it can work. He's just not quite falling in line yet. Just play this 2 rails back and forth. Getting better. Again, 2 rails, come back and forth. Try and get right where just before the 4. Lake with a long bank, or is he going to play safe? He's tried to go for the long bank, I believe. Play a bit of a 2-way shot. He's going to get safe. Okay, well, Dexter can kick at it off the end rail. I'm not going to mark that one as an error for Lake because I think he was playing the 2-way shot, and that's exactly how it ended up. And Dexter almost kicks that 4 ball in. Needs the 10 ball to come out a little bit and close that gap. I think the 10 ball made that tight enough that Lake doesn't really want to go for it, but he might. There might be enough room there that he says, yeah, that'll fit. And he just has to punch it in there. I agree, Mike. That's going to really mess up the table. I can't see Dexter going for this now. I mean, other than a crazy cut in the... Oh, is he calling the 9? I think he called the 9. So he's going to come off the 4, into the rail, into the 6, and make the 9. Nice call. Stay out of the side. Great call. Nice to see that. Saw the shot, didn't shy away from it. He's a little straight on the 6 here, so he's going to get straight on the 7 too. Okay, no, he had enough. He had enough angle to punch out. I thought he might be in danger of getting perfectly straight on the 7 there, and then that was going to cause issues trying to get over for the 10. I think he's just going to roll that forward and play the 10 up this way. Nope, top right, coming 3 rails around into the 10. Did he get clear? I can't see. Dexter, move. Oh, he's fine, and I think from the body language, Lake gave it to him. So I'll figure out the stats. and let you guys watch Navi and Lido for 30 seconds. That camera is seriously. Well, you know, it's not the camera. It's something to do with the internet. Some setting we have is off. But anyway, 6-6 over there. 6-5 here. Good break by Dexter. I think it's dry, though. Maybe not. Yeah, it's dry. Hasn't left Lake much to do with the one, except play a little safe, try and punch that one ball 2 rails in behind the 9, get the cue ball down table. Just like that. Would have liked to have been behind the 6 and 5 as well, but 6 and 4. The 5 has taken the side rail kick away. He might be able to kick it off the end rail and just knock the one ball down by the 5 and get the cue ball to roll up in behind the 9. That's the speed. Oh, it just hit the one a little funny. Now he needs the one ball to stop or he's going to sell it out. That's sold. That looks like it goes to me. Now getting to the 2 ball is going to be not a problem for Lake, actually. He'll just stop right there and bank it. Oh, just laid down a fire at that one. Dexter popping in the 1. 2-3. A little bit of a tester on the 2, but if you can make it, you're pretty much guaranteed to be on the 3. Even if you go a little long, you got the other side. But he's hit the 2 a little thick. Oh. Pretty sure he wasn't trying that. So I'm going to call it a miss with a lucky leave. But Lake coming in off the 2 and scratching. Ouch. Okay, ball in hand to Dexter. Let's see if he can finish this rack out. Didn't even look at the 210 because it doesn't go. Should be fine with the 3 to the 4. Simple 2 rails out for the 5. Kind of expected him to take that first rail a little steeper so it would come more to the center. But I understand the risk there of coming in too steep. So, oh. Not sure what went on there. Like almost perfectly straight on the 5. Hits it sweet. Gets the cue ball to roll up nicely for the 6. Two rails for shape in the other corner. Is Lake finding his rhythm now? It's $700. Winner take all, Mason. on that 9. Gonna have to be careful on this one. But gets it done. Let me fill this out. We'll take a quick look at Navi and Lido. So that's where we're at right now. 667, a .716 and a .80. I don't think Dexter's errors aren't showing up. I'll fix that. But back to the action. And just to let you know, Lido is leading Navi 7-6. He's made a ball in the break. And he's got a shot at the 1. I'm going to see if I can't bring that in as another option. And let me edit that down just so you guys can watch that unfold. And of course that camera freezes. It's not the camera, it's the internet. So sorry about that. Nothing I can do. Lake looking good in this 13th rack. I think the table's speeding up a little bit. That ball seems to be rolling farther and farther. I'll let you look at that table while I adjust the stats again. Oh, that's not effective, is it? Okay. Watch the cue ball. Look out. Well, it stayed out of the pocket. So hopefully Navi can keep that one sorted out. Of course, from Lido's perspective, he's not unhappy with that. Dexter's made the 7 ball, but doesn't have a shot at the 1, so he's probably going to push out. Yeah, leave the cue ball down the opposite end of the table. And Lake's going to pass it back to him. Not sure what he's going to do here. Lake with a small error there. Dexter looking to tie it up at 7. Dexter just coming back out to the center of the table past the 5. Looks good there. I don't know what was in the Calcutta Mason. I actually haven't been sent that information. I forgot to ask, too. I think there was a little over $600 if I remember roughly what I was told, but I think it was just mentioned in passing and they're just confirming, but I could be completely wrong. Dexter catching a little bit of a groove. Navi shooting the 9 to go on the hill. Just needs to get on that 10 a little bit. That's going to work. That'll work. Dexter taking the 9 with great shape on the 10. Lake gives it to him. Okay, so I think I have that one issue with Dexter's errors not showing properly. As a result, just looking at that other table, if it sparks back up again, there you go. Navi missed the 10, and Lito's back at the table with a chance to tie it up at 7. Just want to watch this, see if Lito can make it. I'm keeping it. Oh, Lito double horns to 10. I think we had a problem with the internet there. Wow. So Lake's come up dry. And I've come up without a camera feed. Navi did win his game, so he's up 8-6. I'm waiting to see what's happened with Dexter and Lake. I've clearly missed a shot. But that did go Dexter's way, and the only thing I can think of is maybe the camera's overheating, but I don't know how hot it is in there. It can't be that bad. Okay, well, we'll do the best we can as we move forward. I've asked Justin to look into it. I honestly don't know what's happening with the internet there. There's no reason these cameras should take up that much bandwidth. They've been working flawlessly the other day. I'm beyond frustrated. Maybe there's more people in there right now taking up bandwidth on their internet. Anyway, Lake's up 8-7. Dry break from Dexter is going to bring him back to the table. Oh, man. I've got a message into Justin down at Martsin Billiards right now. So hopefully he can take a look and see if there's something that's able to be done about this. The only thing I can think of, folks, is that there's been a change in the amount of bandwidth available down there, and it's just throttling the feed now. I guess I'm just going to have to struggle through and put up with it as best I can, folks. Jenny, right now this tournament is run by Andrew. Is it still flawless on yours? Because it's actually choking mine, but it's hiccuping all over the place here. Jenny, Bien Lim is the organizer of the tournament. Justin is working with him. I honestly... Yeah, Andrew, and that's because, like, if one's freezing and the other one isn't, that's what I'm thinking is there's some sort of throttling in place there. At this point, I'm just trying to run the one feed. Wow, after working so well for the first half of this stream, to have this happen, it's also one of the reasons why I think it's the internet capabilities there. My apologies, folks. Well, you know, live and learn, right, folks? We'll do the best we can. I'll stick with it and at least update you as we're going. Navi's at 8, Lake's at 8. I've kind of had to stop at the stats because I just can't tell who's done what. I got a couple of ideas as to what may be causing this. Apparently there might be a lag in the server. Okay, that looks like Lido and Navi are at 8-7. Lake just needs these 3 balls to advance in the tournament and put Dexter out. He's got a bit of a tester on the 9. I mean, he should make it, but these are also the ones that you can miss and nobody would be horribly surprised. But he's made that one, and he's looking pretty good on the 10 as long as that cue ball stops. Yeah, that's right. And Dexter looked like he was going to give it to him, or at least Lake thought so. Oh, no. What the? No way. That's Dexter had to have given it to him. Okay, well, we'll watch Lido and Navi as much as we can anyway. At least it seems to be working right now. Whoa. Sorry, just watching the feed on the other camera. Somebody gave it a good bump. Come on, guys. Well, this seems to have smoothed out for Lido and Navi. So, at least that's good. And of course, the moment I say something, Lito lining up for the quick 110. He's probably already shot it by now. There we go. All right. Looks like he made that. So it's 8-8. I really don't know what else to do. We'll hang with it as best we can. I'm going to try restarting the stream after this match and see what we can do there. Yeah, I've got 87 download and 88 upload at my house, so it's not here. We'll try resetting the stream after this match and see if that fixes it. Maybe it's just a glitch in the machine. So if you can bear with me, I will restart this right after the last 10 ball goes down here. We have been up for, how long is it now? Almost 4 hours. So maybe Facebook has instituted that 4-hour thing again, where it starts to glitch and go goofy on you. I thought they quit that, but who knows? Nice smooth shot from Navi there. Maybe went a touch too far, but that's okay. He can still come around 3 rails for the 5 and still be in good shape. There's just that moment where the screen becomes too still, isn't there? So 4 balls left, and then we'll shut it down, restart it, and see how we do. Navi, little offline there. Just 2 balls left in this match. Navi taking on Lido. 596 Fargo for Navi, 692 Fargo for Lido. Would be nice if this was working seamlessly. Hopefully restarting changes it and gets it back to the way it should be. And that 9 ball hung up just, it's almost perfectly in line. Lido just basically has to fire a stop shot. And that will be the end of Navi's tournament today. But he still has to make it. And Lido has missed a couple of shots I wouldn't have expected him to today. Oh, he's cutting it to the side? What? Okay, sure. Overcuts it. Why would he do that? Why? I don't understand. Maybe he just really didn't like that long straight shot. The jacked up, the raised butt, I'm not sure. I am astounded. Well, now Navi has to watch that side pocket. He could cut it in the side. I think that's what he's looking at. For his tournament life, 10 ball, side pocket. It looks like Edwin and Simon have gotten started on the other table. And I will go over there. It's just I have to restart this stream. It's I don't know what it looks like for you guys, but it's frozen as heck for me. And I wish I knew what happened there. I think it's spotted, and Lido has to shoot it from there because it's not a foul. But it's his option, so he can take it or he can pass it. But of course he's going to take it. Oh, what a crazy end to a match. Did it go? I don't know. Is Navi coming to the table? The mysteries are clear. We don't have enough information. And he hung it in the corner pocket and has given it to Navi, I'm going to assume. Okay, folks, I am going to restart this stream and be back in just a minute. So if you can bear with me, we will return in a moment. Thank you very much and appreciate your patience.